G'day everybody, and welcome back to my Thumbship, or as it was just described in stream chat, my Thumberbird 1, which I quite like. This was something I was building earlier this week. The idea of this ship is to build something that's got a specific, unique style to it that's hopefully going to look good in a thumbnail, and it will be the ship that will be on the thumbnail of the Assertive Combat Systems mod. So this is kind of the hero ship of the mod. That's where I'm going with it. Last stream, I managed to get up to about this point on it, trying to figure out which shapes are available to us and which ones will work together to create the design that I was aiming to achieve. And the other night I was like, I've got a bit of time, I kind of want to do more building on this, and I've gone and shaped the back end of it. So the idea behind this ship, and I also painted it gold because a lot of people rightly pointed out that it does have some elements that make you think of the Amar from EVE Online. So, yeah. I'm pretty happy with these little insets that Campac encouraged me to do. They've enabled me to do a couple of cutouts here as well, because the shape needed for this particular part, this one, doesn't exist. So having those little cutouts, I think, just adds a little bit of style there that I'm quite happy with. And I've actually continued it out to the back end here. Although I've just noticed something. One of these blocks is wrong. Not what I wanted it to be. No, nope, dang it. That one. In fact, did I? Yeah. We should, instead of that, have one of these. I think that's right. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh, no. Okay, that's not going to be that block. That's going to be a full block because I want to not have that line in this side bit. I just dropped a fruit snack on the floor and it landed in a pile of dust. Yeah, that's not going to follow the 5-second rule. So yeah, this was the outer shell, and I'm pretty happy with it. It's come together basically as I'd imagined it in my head. Maybe a bit more chunky in some parts than I had imagined, because we don't have the shaping to make a smooth finish. But I wanted this style of cockpit design, or bridge design. I wanted to have plenty of space inside for building all of the internal components, and I wanted this kind of shape that should, if we imagine this from my usual perspective that I take a thumbnail picture, which is massively zoomed in, I think it's got enough interesting shape to it that it'll look good in that scenario. Yeah. For those of you wondering what happened to my Lego stream, the cameras were not playing nice and were dropping frames every minute or so, like badly dropping frames, and I'm not okay with having the camera be that bad. So, space Lego. Because, yeah, better that than making you guys struggle through a less than, well, a subpar stream. I'm not a fan of putting out content that has technical issues. I would rather just not do it than do it bad. So for those not familiar, the ACS mod is an NPC mod that I've been working on for several years. That is, the new iteration is near release. I'm wondering, do I keep this in white or do I start working on the color of it before or after I work on the inside shape? Pock, I wouldn't title my stream Technical Issues because I don't imagine I wouldn't watch a Technical Issues stream. So I don't expect anyone else to. Like, it'd be different if it was a long-term, long-running thing or there was something interesting about it, but this is just... I don't have the necessary hardware, so... I've got problems. I think the first version of this I'll work on will be a space-based version, and then I can try and figure out a way to do an atmospheric one after that. I so want to paint the front of the ship as a grumpy old man. Well, last time I was saying it looks like a walrus, so that's not too far off. Oh, whoops. Don't want these ones. I want the regular ones. Do. Is that going to look better, or is this going to look better? Probably make that one work. Anyway. Yes, Gruz. Ew, vanilla thrusters. But I don't want this ship to be like the one you have to capture, which it would be if I gave this one entirely your fancy thrusters. So I have to be mindful of what I give it. Alright, let's work on an interior then. And how I'm going to fit cargo and all of the other bits and pieces into this thing in a way that's interesting. So I guess what I might start with is where people would enter this ship if it was landed on a landing pad. Which could either be at the rear here with some sort of ladder coming down, but I think would actually make more sense to have it up the front. And yes, this being an even blocks wide is going to make the build interesting. But with large grid, large grid that's not a rover, I really don't mind even symmetry. Large grid, anything that's a rover, even symmetry is painful because I so often want to attach trailers to my rovers. Yes, Ariel, it is a surprisingly challenging build, that one. The Lego one, or at least that's what I'm going to continue believing because I stuffed it up. I was thinking of having stairs on one side that go up to an airlock, and then you can I can fit some more living space in here and then have the bridge up here. And then all the rest of this back segment will be free for cargo, hydrogen tanks, whatever I want to fit it out with. Everything DLC in Space Engineers is designed such that it does not equal pay to win. So your DLC thrusters are exactly the same as your regular ones, just look different. Keen were sensible about that. So a lot of people would have been very upset. The closest thing to pay to win in it would be that the industrial cockpit has slightly more health because it requires more components. How much more of this I can clear out? Surprising amount. Cool. Yeah, it's literally only the industrial cockpit that could be argued to be pay to win, because it is slightly better due to having slightly more health. There's nothing else that I would agree. I'm sure there are people who would argue it anyway just because they're that kind of person, but I wouldn't buy it. We shouldn't have too many ugly lines on the outside. There are these two dots which are there, which I could try and remove, but I don't know which. Oh, it's probably actually these spots. Is that one of them? That is one of them. So it'll be that. There we go. Yay, got rid of the dots. Yeah, true, Gruz. Some of the DLC blocks are technically worse. Such as the big assembler, and that takes up more space and does exactly the same job. I kind of want that bit to be that shape. But then my... If I replace that with a full cube, then put a ramp. Like that. Yes, you do hear sirens through my mic. I unfortunately live within earshot of a... Well, unfortunately, I unfortunately live within earshot of a fire station as well as an ambulance depot. The fire station's about 150, 200 meters away, and the ambulance station is about 500, 600 meters away. And because it's sunny, I've got the door open so Charlie can come and go as she pleases. I wanted to let her come in and out because she's usually less destructive that way. Usually. Hey, maybe this is the way to go. I'm going to build this in grey because I wanted this to be grey. And I might respray some of it later, but I wanted this to kind of keep that negative visual space, so I need to work more in the dark that's going to be visible, and then I can repaint the bits that are not visible in something different, like that. Yes. I guess there is the advantage that at least they aren't far. Though I don't live with Capac anymore, so there's not as much of a worry about such things. Do I want that to be sloped? I think I do. Not similar, Jofire. Not similar. I mean, other than space engineers. Yeah, Naomi, it's the assembler is not a complete downgrade. It's more of a side grade. The industrial assembler. It's useful for certain design elements, but it's certainly valid to say that it's not an upgrade because it is bigger and can be more difficult to fit in. Nuki World, this isn't a Lego stream. There's no way for Charlie to say hi. I probably should have turned that up. Where do I do that? I do it here. Yes, this is virtual Lego. Space Legos. No, not plural. Space Lego. The plural of Lego is Lego. No. Okay, the closest I can do to showing off Charlie is... one sec. This. There we go. There's virtual Charlie. Courtesy of Black Shadow. Which I love. I love that picture. That's awesome. Alright. Thinking through this thing. So what I wanted to do was make sure was give myself the option of having stuff below, like, this ship is not going to be all nestled inside this armor shell. There's going to be bits hanging down, which was intentional, but they're going to be a different color and something that will recede a bit like a grey, like this one. So I just wanted to figure out where that floor might be and might work for different things. Yes, I'm very happy to have a dog again. It had been quite a few years since I last had one. And Charlie is making me grateful for her presence most days. Sometimes she's a destructive nightmare, but most days she's pretty good. Trying to think of where I can put some batteries on this thing. Oh well. For me, the big reason it took me so long to get another dog after the last time was that the last time I had a dog was when I lived with my parents, and after my mum died, my dad didn't want to get another dog because he wasn't home much, and so we didn't have a dog at home that I could go and visit. Then there was not much after that. And then I was always moving house and renting with a pet is a nightmare in Australia, an absolute nightmare. But now, being at home and having my own home and having bought one last year with my other half, I could have a dog again, which is happy. I probably won't put a reactor on this, no. I don't tend to build much with reactors. I'm trying to think of a way to make this properly vented airlock, though. Ew, no. It's not having solar panels. Since when do I want to make Capac happy? Never. Never. That's the answer. Oxygen tank. I'm sure I'm going to remove a lot of this stuff, but I'll do this for now properly, and then we'll see where we go. Yeah, Gruz, that's true. You could have a reactor, but none of the uranium. That's fair. How was I introduced to space engineers? I found out about it somehow. Probably when I was looking for an alternative thing to play that wasn't Minecraft. And then bought it and started playing it. I think I actually, in terms of like when I first started playing it, I watched a bit of Ecto Sage's playthrough and his edits of it back then. And yes, I did introduce Capac to it. I dragged Capac in. It sort of was my Eve killer as well. It was the thing that allowed me to finally put down Eve, but there were more personal things that finally made me put down Eve. I don't think Space Engineers was necessary for that to happen. I think it would have happened anyway. I'm going to put a temporary grav gen on the roof. Eve is the only MMO I've played, and it was enough to tell me that I shouldn't play MMOs. Because I spent far too much time with it. Gruz, I would argue that I sort of did excel at EVE Online, because I did exactly what you're supposed to do with it, which is play way too much and lose yourself entirely to it. So yeah, I would say I actually did exactly what you're supposed to do. Don't like that. What drew me to Eve? What drew me to Eve in the first place was the fact that it was a space game where I could kind of do things my own way, and it had enough PvE in it that I was able to spend a lot of time doing that. And then I got drawn in more addictive ways and less fun ways. Things that are more personally destructive, like I was running several accounts, I was spending far too much time doing that side of things and not enough time doing things like my uni work or spending time with my other half or sleeping. Because at the peak of my Eve playing, I was working full time. I was living with one of my previous partners. I was doing a master's and somehow managing to sort of hold all of those things mostly together. And something was eventually not going to work. And it all kind of... It did eventually all come tumbling down. Just kind of what you expect when you do that to yourself. So yeah, that's my Eve story. My master's that I didn't finish was in clinical education. Yeah. Right. I need to probably figure out how these people get access to the cockpit area, and then I can do some other detailing in terms of crew space and the like that's in here. But maybe I should put down some temporary cargo containers? Maybe not. No, let's do it this way. So I don't tend to like to talk about my sort of previous work all that much, largely because I kind of burnt out on it, and it's not a particularly happy subject. For me. Yes. I was briefly on TV with it, that is true. It was not a very good it was not a very good TV show, but I was on there. Though that's like 11 years ago now. It was a long, long, long time ago. I kind of wanted this to feel a bit more enclosed. I didn't want to use too much of the grated stairs. Let's see if I can make this work with the ramps, even though they're a bit harder to fit in. I've got a bit more space to play with than I often do with these builds, so hopefully I can make it work. Let's get rid of that vent. And get rid of that cargo, that conveyor. Yeah, that could work, because then I've got this as an extra layer. So I've got this floor, I've got a gap in between with this being the ceiling for this level. Then I've got this floor, and that goes up to the cockpit area. Joe Fire, a better one than the corner light is the corner piece of a the neon tubes. This is even better than a corner light. That's what I prefer to use. Is this gonna look alright? Lights back on. Yeah, actually, yeah. I think that'll be good. So one of the reasons I think this ship will suit having these full ramp blocks instead of using graded stairs is that there aren't going to be many windows. I may put some windows in along the sides here that match to each one, but that depends what's on the other side of this. Yeah, probably not there. Could pop out some along through this part though. and use the wall windows in a line there. It depends how much living space I end up having in this thing. This is a pretty big ship. Like, I think when we paste this into the world with all the other ships, this is going to look big. I'm so lost. I've got too much room to play with. I've got too much freedom. I need less freedom. Hmm. Prison ship. uh... All right, yeah. I think my issue is I haven't decided on a role for this ship, and that's a problem. If I decide on a role for the ship, I will probably find it much easier to figure out what to do with bits. I think, yeah, I need to decide on a specific role for the ship because generic cargo ship is just not working here. Yeah, it's my hero cargo ship, but what sort of cargo? No, this isn't a. This is not a mothership. It's a. I just want it to be styled as a hero ship, as in something that you will see and go, "Oh yeah, that's the ACS ship." Like I've avoided making any sort of mothership for this because otherwise, then you would only see it once you get to a certain level. I want this to be something you can see right from day one. Contraband space moonshine. Yeah, I suppose this is the space version of it, so it could be some sort of cryo bay type thing. It's long enough. I had put zero thought into this part of it. I just had an idea of a shape, and then I've built that shape. I really should have put some thought into what this was meant to do. There is one prison ship already. I suppose this could be another one. So one of the things I'm avoiding with this is it's not a military ship. It won't be a military ship. The military-esque ships in ACS have actually got a fairly consistent design like a style to them because they've all been designed by one person, and that's not me. Except for the drones. Yeah, it you, Jax. It you. Alright. Ah, come on, brain. Come up with an answer. Like that I think will work with ACS as well as work with the style. I'm liking all the suggestions you guys have. I just can't. I'm just worried things like making it a medical ship will make it way, way, way overdone with resources. Similarly, if it's got refineries and stuff on board. Like, right now, this thing's just a flying iron mine because it's so full of steel plate. I don't build cranes or any sort of subgrids on any of these ships because they can cause massive performance issues if they spawn in wrong. So anything that would be under here would have to be attached at worst by merge blocks. Deep space surveillance. Interesting thought. Let's just do... I'm just going to rough out some things and see if something clicks. Where's a connector? Oops, that's not where I wanted that. Jeez, the doctor, you're very consistent with that one. Up goes the desk. I was just thinking, if I put down something that looks like a cargo bay and then see how much space I actually need for that, I'll have an idea of how much space I can use for the living space. I think this ship's going to be fairly well appointed. This is a very successful cargo carrier type vessel. Like, this is the epitome of what a cargo hauler wants to achieve. This is the sort of ship that they want because it's going to have comforts, but it's going to need a crew. Dragnon, I am putting off doing any upgrades to my desk for some time. Much as I want to, I'm going to put it off and not do it until other things have been sorted. I don't need my desk to be upgraded, so I'm seeing it as a frivolous thing I can delay. So I guess, oops. Like, that could hold a lot of things. And that layout kind of works with the style of it, so I think I might work around having connectors laid out that way. We can put catwalks in up here above. Yeah. That'll work for now, I think. I haven't worked out where any of the engines will go, to be honest. You have over 200,000 channel points. Yep. Okay. So what would I have straight after the airlock? In a ship that might have a bit more of a sizable crew. Especially if we've already got lockers in the airlock. Those junctions are just placeholder. That's just to give me an idea of the scale of things and help me visualize what could go there and how I might arrange it. Would you have a rec room right next to the airlock, though, if you have space for it not being there? I would have thought you'd probably have your recreational space away from the airlock. Kitchen. Yes, this is not something I've really thought about because I've never had the space to do more than that. Suppose some sort of storage area? I could put a few racks of things, put a few more lockers in, put some of these storage shelves. Could work. Oh yeah, bathroom. That is actually a very good point. A bathroom would likely be around this area. Because the first thing you're gonna want to do when you get out of your suit is have a shower. Yeah, that works nicely. I like that. That'll fill that. It fills that space. I should be able to sneaky in a light above here that will shoot through. I put maybe those two up there. Let's grab this one. Just make sure that inside the bathroom is not pitch dark. Yeah. Maybe a little bit further. Unfortunately, that's going to get rid of some of the blue in the airlock colour, but I think there's still enough there. Yes, it is possible you could suffocate in this bathroom. If you manage to suffocate yourself in this bathroom, too bad. I honestly think that's more of a you problem than a design problem, because that means you've stayed in there a very long time. Because it will hold air. Not infinite, but it will hold it. Should I put a med bay in here? Would you even want to connect the bathroom to a ventilation system, though? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. For an ion propulsed ship, I'm happy to have a med bay in it. For an atmospheric one, I tend to avoid having anything, maybe a survival kit, but usually neither. Just for the sake of those people who play with mods that remove such things, as in remove those materials from planets. Yeah, that fits in there nicely. I'm not too fussed that it's not piped up, but I could easily pipe it up anyway because this battery can go, and I could go with... I just don't know if this is going to mess up what I do with the rest of this space. Oh yeah, the sound of the medbay making... It's a pity there's no way to turn it off. I never really notice it, but I can totally see why that would get annoying, Malinorius. So this thing implies that it has a door, which is why I sometimes leave it open. And don't stress over it. But I suppose we could have something different. Right. So I want to try and close off this medical room from the rest of this space, which I'll turn into a bit of a living area. And then we'll go up here, have sleeping area, and then up into the cockpit. And I'm so gonna probably regret not painting the outside of this ship before I did this. This is gonna be so much painting detail to fix up. Bang. Let's put some lookers in here. Hey, thanks, Amaro. Thanks for 26 months. This ship is pretty big. Bigger than I would normally do for ACS, but it needs to be this big to get the shape it's got. If it was smaller, I would have to do much more of an approximation of this shape rather than actually achieving the curves and style that I was after. Just going to put that there for now. Why did you have to point out that beep? That's so evil. Now it's all I can hear. Curses. Yes, I could have put the med bay upside down. Don't tempt me. I'll do it. Yeah, I've honestly never really registered the beep. I think possibly because I'm often talking to someone else, and so it's just not a sound that I hear. Let's make a bit of an entertainment area. Not symmetry. I wonder if that'll actually make it airtight. Can't recall off the top of my head whether the LCDs are airtight. Oh, LCD's not airtight. Well, poop. There goes that plan. Kind of liked that idea. Maybe I'll do that with interior blocks, actually. Nope, that is not the block I meant to select. How's that looking from the outside? That's going to need to be grey. Alright, I don't like this. Let's try... matching these up and then turning mirror back on. I mean, I could test if people are uncertain. it's pretty easy to test whether LCDs are airtight. We go like this. Where's my oxygen tank? Do. Possibly should have made this space a little bit easier to move around in. So, closed, airtight. Open, not airtight. LCD arranged as I did before, not airtight. LCD in here, not airtight. So yes, it is not airtight. That makes things interesting. I don't want to touch the curve. I actually want the grey to be visible underneath it. I'm not sure by how much, but I want it visible. And probably more of it will become visible over time. I actually don't use build info all that much, Black Shadow. It's only been relatively recently that I've started even adding it to any saves at all. One of the reasons for that was that the older versions of build info were just HUD clutter incarnate. And I think we all know how much I despise HUD clutter. Considering how religiously I stick to not having a crosshair. I would like to have some windows looking out here, though. So what's going to be an interesting way? Do I want to use the bridge windows? I do like them. Maybe instead of having quite so many, I reduce it a bit and just do this. I'll be honest, I find these windows horribly ugly. They are probably, in my opinion, the ugliest block in the game. Even counting blocks that didn't get a visual update from their original DirectX 11 versions. I don't like the block. Yeah. They're just ugly. They're ugly. Let's see if I can make this work. Yeah. At least from the outside, I think that'll look good. Oh, I don't think that's... What am I doing? I don't think the ugliness of this block has anything to do with... Actually, take that back. Maybe there is something I could do that I would argue could improve it. You can even see it at the thumbnail scale. So, the height's wrong. Why do these windows look nice and these windows look horrible? It's because these windows only are like at almost shoulder height, whereas these windows are below waist height. The height is wrong. Also, they are filthy around the outside, which you can see in the thumbnail picture. You can actually see where the shrinking of the image has caused this artifact around the outside of the glass. Yes, the half windows do look good as closed doors. They work quite well in that space. As I did trick Capac into thinking they were doors that just didn't work. I think I'm going to have to continue this right along to the side. Oh, Capac is not innocent. Please. He's as guilty as they come. No innocent person would cheat at chess. Yeah, we'll see if I still like this later on. I'm just kind of throwing bits in and seeing what sticks. Because some things won't, some things will. I very much tend toward the... toward evolving designs rather than expecting things to work on first pass. Alright, let's put... Is there going to be too much space taken up by those blocks? Probably is. Might have to use panels. a little bit of a divider because it feels weird having an LCD in the middle of the room. To me. Oh yeah, I could use passageway for some of this. That's a good point. For some reason completely forgetting about passageways this morning. Maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, tables. That's a good point. Table, and then I can put a kitchen in behind this couch. Though, that would put the tap right next to someone's head at the while they're sitting on the couch. Thanks, Big Mike O'Shea. Thanks for the primes up. One style of passageway has lights. But not the style that I think suits this space. It's the industrial styled one. Unfortunately. I think we're gonna get rid of this roof bit. I don't like it now. Sign's a bit wonk. Bit wonky. Oh wait, I can probably just get rid of back to there. Doop, doop, doop. Alright, so you walk in here. Got a little galley kitchen off to one side. Little bar. Lounge. Chairs. Can then walk upstairs and there'll be some sleeping arrangements up here. And then cockpit, yeah. I think this does need to be the block that I had there originally, so that ramp feels supported. Thanks, Robcroft. Wood texture for things. Maybe. I might do that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Might have to think of something else I can do with this medical space too. This place needs a rug. Yeah, can't do a rug in here though, annoyingly. It is too cramped. There's no room for a rug. There's too much stuff. Nothing says luxury like wood in space. It's true. Ooh, something I haven't done. And I need to do. I haven't got my LCD mod pack thing. Yeah, this is it. This is 100% in process build colors. Like, these colors are not going to remain. They are temporary. I like to get the full shape of something before I do too much color work on it. There we go. I mean, we could make it look like it's a Windows XP screen. In fact, of the ones that I put on there, that's probably the most logical one to have there. Doctor, you'll have a lot more luck with Star Trek references with Capac than with me. Yes, oh, what a nice vista. As I have never watched any Star Trek apart from the quote-unquote newer movies. That's all I've ever seen. It's not a thing I've watched. That is the wrong block. I just never got into it. Never had any desire to. I want to do this and then figure out where to put lights, but I want to see if this feels wrong first. Oh, that's real dark. It works, so I think what I might have to do, pop out two of these, have the light be the floor above. Or maybe all four of them. Well, that kind of works. Looks kind of cool. I quite like this. Where's the other one I was using? My sci-fi preferences lie in the Stargate direction. That's where my TV viewing went. I watched a lot of Stargate. I'd love to Stargate. I might need to pop out. Oh, that's not going to work. Grr. You have to pop that out. Did that just create a thing on the outside? Probably did, didn't it? Oh, it's a barely visible one. It's fine. Yes, I do remember Major Lawn. That was a good secondary character. Also, that's problematic. Dang it. Oh, man. I walked his dog. Oh, that's cool. Oh, yeah. No. No, it can't be event grating. Gruz, because if it's that, then it's a non-airtight airlock. So it doesn't really work. Arrgh. I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to think about this one. I don't know what to do. I'm back. And down we go. I think what I may have to do is just completely rearrange the way that the oxygen tank and stuff are so that I can move the vent to somewhere else. I think that's the most sensible approach. Oh. Hey, Tex. Because after a few people made comments about my ACS builds not being survival ready and this one being the hero ship, maybe I should make it actually survival ready. Rather than effectively just being a billboard. Yeah, Jex. I'm looking at you. Alright, so we go. Where's my vent? Where's my vent at? I can go back to having the old man blanket across my knees. I was getting really cold. Thanks, Pav. I really needed that then. Alrighty. Let's just check that I haven't opened something up weirdly outside. No, all good. Oh. I never thought about doing the heat vents in black to look like an animated regular air vent. That's a cool idea. Does make me tempted to almost use the heat vent as a fake vent in some of my not survival builds. We'll go that. And instead of having this accessible from the stairs immediately coming up, I'm actually going to make it accessible from the other side. Not super happy about this bit right there. However... So we can do this. Weldless. And then I'll put one of those there. Yeah, the medbay is such a pain. It's such a difficult block to have fit and fit in. It's the frustrating block is a very frustrating block. This might be the space to use a corner light. I was trying to use light panels through most of this, but I think just there it looks a bit weird. It would make more sense to be a corner light. Also, I'm really getting to that point where I need a new mouse because my mouse wheel is not behaving. Yeah. Yeah, that feels a bit better because this bit's 2 blocks high. And this, then we go up here. Yeah. Have them set up as ventilation for the hydrogen engine. Oh, that's a cool idea, Lucian. That's a cool idea. I will hopefully remember it, because I do like the idea of some fake air vents that actually move. Alright, now we can get back in here and work on the medical facility. I like it when I run into a problem like I just ran into then, and it actually ends up making the whole build look better when I fix it. I feel like having the medical bay opening on this side makes so much more sense than having it open on the other corridor. This feels heaps better to me. I'm thinking I'll leave this as a little partition here instead of using something else. Although, I do wonder how it'll look with if I did it this way. Does it feel too open? I suppose I could spin that around there. Oh. Yeah, I kind of like this. Yeah, I think this feels better than having the bit sticking up higher. And I might also replace that with a single couch. I know this couch is now not quite in the right spot, but I feel like having a way to walk through there and through here is kind of nice. Could almost use one of the neon blocks as a TV stand. Yeah, yeah. Some of those might work alright as well. Well, the reason I haven't mirrored, like, put this couch lengthways is because I was trying to open this up as a walkway. Yeah, don't walk in front of the TV! Okay, here, I've got two thoughts here. We have it open like this, or have that and that. Which do you guys reckon looks better? Or would it look better if that? So where's the dispenser? Don't have room for that anywhere, do I? Hey, thanks, Will. Thanks so much for the gift sub to Pav. So that, or... Oh, I can't go back that far. I don't know why it's not letting me go back the other way anymore. I think this feels better. I think the reason this feels better is because this curve here, although it does put a sink next to someone's head, but this curve kind of creates a sense of a space for the kitchen rather than the kitchen just being out in the middle of nowhere. I think that feels better. I really like this living space with this vaulted ceiling like that. It's kind of cool. Yes, the high voltage socket behind someone's head is arguably worse. It's true. uh, cool. I think we can move on from this room now. And move into here. What's a thumbship? A thumbship is a spaceship designed to look like look good for a thumbnail. Which is why I decided to make Walrus Mark II. Apparently. Yeah, you could have a fake skylight up there with LCDs. Though I think I would greatly struggle to get any meaningful light into this space because I've kind of occupied every cube. Which is the way I normally build living spaces, is that every cube ends up occupied. So, back to medical facility. Do I want a scanner? Or do I want a bed? I think I like the scanner. I think this is going to... These always, I feel, end up too big, but I'm just going to try it just to see that it does feel too large. Yeah, that... I dislike that this offset door takes up exactly half the block. I kind of wish we had a smaller one, so we could use it in a corridor without feeling like you've blocked off... You've effectively blocked off the corridor. Because it really means, in this instance, the... Oh, I do have another option. The medical bay probably was going to be completely obstructed, but if I wanted to, I could, I guess, put this door in. Which means I would need to rotate the scanner. The vault, what do they call them? Nope, that's the wrong block. The hatch doors take up just as much space. Although I guess you could put this one, because it is a half door. But I need a full door. I need something that takes up the full space to put here because I need that wall for the living area. Yeah, a locker thickness door would be perfect. Something that slots into the locker so that it even has the same shape as the locker would have been my ideal offset door. Yes, we do already have a ship named Walrus. That is true. I'm curious as to how this would look from the other side. I think I prefer it with the locker just because there's too many different shapes now along there. And I don't think it adds enough in here to make me happy. The area above it's not going to stay open. It's just not done yet. I have to figure out how I'm going to do lights in here. Yeah, I could do that to make it feel like it's not in the way of the door. Yeah. Yeah, that does feel a bit neater, doesn't it? Medbay's kind of cramped, but I think it works. It is bland, but there's enough other stuff in here, I think. Especially with the back of those passageways. Yes, Dragnon, the the medbay would need to be close by if you were going to use a rotary door. That is true. Da, 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 da. I'll just leave that there for now. I'm not sure how I'm going to get past, like, allow us to walk past the conveyor the conveyor tubes. It's a problem for future Splitsy. And then we'll have that there. So it felt weird having the all of a sudden overhead clearance. That should be grey. Now, what to do here with lighting? Possibly that, and then we go with... yeah. Move the med bay to where the scanner is. Could work. No, it can't. No, it can't. No, it can't. Because this is the airlock. Man, I love undo! Ah, so amazing. So useful when I remember that's there. And I feel like I'm getting better at that. Hasn't stuffed up my lighting down here, has it? Nah, it looks alright. Undo works if you detach a subgrid. No, I don't think it works for that. It's only block placement and painting and stuff. It won't undo, like if I've pasted a chunk of, yeah, it works for a lot of things, but not everything. But it's enough that it works for enough that it's incredibly useful. No subgrids on these ships. I keep away from them. No, you can't offset the ceiling light lower. I could either have it right down at, like, immediately above this block, or all the way up there. They're the two choices. Because if I brought it down lower, you'd have a weird gap. Yeah, you'd have a weird gap over here above the medbay, which is why I put it up. I thought it was redoing an undo earlier, but maybe I'd just undone something several times, because I tried Control-Shift-Z before and it didn't work. Would lab equipment work better than the scanner? Maybe. Because it does look kind of not very scanner-ish anymore in there. What if we do this? I can't do that. Subgrids work. Subgrids seem to spawn in at least 90% of the time okay. But when they don't spawn in okay, they cause massive problems. So to me, the chance is still too high for subgrids to be a thing that I include in my builds for NPC mods. You can't put anything over any of these conveyor ports because we got lights above occupying that space. This cube is occupied by the medical room. There's actually no cube space for it. The only cube space available for any sort of decoration is this one right here. Almost tempted not to put anything there. And just fill it with an interior wall block. Like, I'm almost thinking that looks better than putting anything in here. Yeah, I could use a survival kit instead of a med bay. And have a bit more space. Could also do something like this. Oh, stupid scroll wheel. Stop being obnoxious. No, that doesn't work. Maybe a bed's the best option here. Maybe you're right. Because it occupies the full cube, unlike the scanner, I feel like a bed might actually be better. There's a locker over here for medications and replacement tools and the like. Yeah, I think the bed works. I think the bed works. It's not as much detail as that I've liked to have in there, but I think it's enough without going over the top. It also means I don't have to have a... Oh no, it does mean I have a logo there. Oops. That's not an armor cube there next to the bed. That is an inverted corner, half corner thing that's for the airlock. So that can't be changed. Because it is that shape. Yeah, I didn't like the idea of the bed window facing the hallway. And I felt that the bed lengthways looked better rather than the bed sideways. Maybe one day we'll get a half bed and then there'll be more we can do with that space. Does that do anything nasty to the outside? No. Haha. Excellent. Right, we have a relatively easy way of getting the conveyor over then. Yay. Alright, that works. We have conveyed everything. I don't want to use the catwalk stairs, Dragnon. I want the solid... I want the solid blocks in this. I think they suit the style of the full-on solid armor that's on the outside better. I feel like catwalk stairs just... They feel too industrial, whereas these feel a little bit more, for want of a better term, sci-fi fancy. Right, I'm going to start, instead of working next on the bedding area, I'm going to start on the cockpit. Yeah, I appreciate why the shorter stair has an advantage. But I figured I had enough room to play with it here. Yeah, it is accessible. Although one would hope by the 2070s we can make make things so that stairs are not a hindrance anymore. I don't have a cockpit on here anyway, do I? No, what control seat? So we'll have a custom turret controller and we'll grab those. Oops. Do I just go the lazy double? Or do I try and come up with something interesting? Yeah, I don't like having the ramps and stairs angled the other way. It feels really janky to me. I feel like if I'm going to put that one over to the side there, I'm going to need to move that back a block, which then feels a bit weird. Why have those side windows? It's annoying. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying that there's no block to... No way to have this work a bit nicer, although maybe there is. Maybe this could still look alright if I put this... No, not that. Let's go the full window. Yeah, I think that can work. And that also opens up the option of doing this. I think that'll make the bridge feel heaps better. Because then I've actually got all of this to play with as well. So we've actually got a nice open, big open bridge. Which means I can do the lazy double, and then I can do some fun stuff with desks and things. Yeah, the bridge was a bit tight, wasn't it? For the rest of it, for the rest of the shape of the ship, it was just all feeling a bit cramped. Being just 2 blocks wide. Let's try this. So these LCD pictures that I've added, they will be a mod dependency for ACS, so all of these pictures will show up correctly for anyone who has this. They do look a bit like slot machines, but what I was thinking of doing was changing what they show on them. There we go. And then we're going to need to leave space to put some lights in. I know you technically should go a different color here, but I quite like the blue. Toilet and vending machine on the other side. Yeah, I kind of like this. This feels like a decent little operations area. Let's see. Toilet. Door. Oh, I gotta go get that. One sec. So I don't know why, but for some reason, the inflatable collar for Charlie did not. they, it wasn't allowed to do safe drop, so the postie couldn't leave it at my door. So next time she cuts her tail, I can actually try and dress it and put the collar on her and see how she reacts. My guess, she's not gonna like it. She's gonna be very unhappy about it. I kind of want to leave some path down that way. I did put the dispenser block on my hotbar, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, it's a big, fluffy, a big inflatable cone of shame, effectively. Because the cone of shame on a dog Charlie's size would destroy our house. Because she would run into everything with it. It would have to be so big. It is not a feasible option in a dog of her scale. A dog of her scale. I think you'd struggle to get her through a doorway with a cone of shame that big. Although I suppose they can kind of hug them in a bit closer to their face so they can't. But yeah. I was afraid about a cone of shame. So it is sort of a cone of shame, but it's inflatable, so it's not as bad. I'm probably going to have to block that off. No. Let's see what happens as I think about how big the crew on this ship might be. We've got 3 seats up at the helm. We probably need some control back here. So maybe 6 beds? Be alright? Charlie's so big she doesn't worry about other dogs making fun of her. That goes onto the ramp. I don't like that. It's going to have to on some of these, though. Pilot, co-pilot, engineer, loadmaster, cook, and gopher. Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. I feel like that's a reasonable crew size for the ship. One thing I was considering for them, though, was possibly putting the beds down along here. But I think I'll leave that. I may use that space for something else later. No, there's no... Because of the curved nature of the hull, there's nowhere that the beds can actually replace. It's one of the compromises you end up making by building something like this that has such a curved hull. You can't use as many of the detail blocks as you would like, and it's one of the reasons I tend to avoid this style of armor in general. Is it actually, in a number of ways, makes things less flexible. I might put like storage and racks of stuff down the sides here. Sort of, Stabby, sort of. I did have the Amar stuff in my head when I designed this. Because my main character in Eve was Amar. My second main character was Kaldari. Kaldari stuff's easy to do in Space Engineers because it's all real blocky. So if I did that, and then we use passageways through here, I could have a separate small captain's quarters, maybe? With its own bathroom. So if I do that and then a shower... Nah. Whoops. Yeah, we'll do it this way. So the captain's quarters are still pretty cramped, but at least they'll have their own separate quarters. Although I probably want to move that along one block. Or even 2 blocks. Shower, bed, toilet. Yeah. I can probably fit the crew's extra shower toilet in there. Because I can put a... bang. Put a door there. And then I've got this block for light, and I can use this block for a armory locker. For some reason, is not the block that I have there. Oh, because the weapon rack's it. There we go. Captain's quarters. I quite like having the door on the toilet for the shower toilet combo. And then we can do an easy thing here with the shower. Almost tempted to use that toilet. I'm thinking... no, that's not going to work. Rats. See you, Tex. Yeah, I can see why you might put a projector table or the like in somewhere around here. I just don't know where else then you would put a the sleeping quarters. And I do on some ships design them with the concept of hot bunking, where you sleep in shifts, and when someone gets up from the bed, the next shift gets into it. But I tend not to do that too often. Most of my designs for this sort of stuff have enough beds for each crew member, so every crew member has their own bed. Lighting in this bathroom's gonna be tricky, but we'll see what we can do. And while the captain has privacy, it's still pretty cramped quarters. Like, although these I suppose would be generous on a spaceship, anytime in the foreseeable future. Then we'll go lockers. I might do... that in there, and then I'll put these up in the roof. Can't fall off. I wonder if I'm going to do anything in this space. I wonder where I'm going to put the thrusters. I mean, most of the thrust is going to be arranged in the rear section here. That was my plan. So hopefully I don't have to rework too much of this stuff up the front. The best part is I should be able to have reverse thrusters in this rear section that point into all this open space. So we won't need to do anything with the front end to have braking thrust in it. Which I'm happy about. How does that desk look now? Yeah, that still works well enough. It's the only way to get the mirrored LCD to work. Do you think that cargo space is about enough for Capac's coffin ship to fit in? Possibly. Quite a few ships would fit in that space. It's sizable. I don't know where this light's coming from in here. Also, I don't know how I'm going to do the doors in here. I may have to extend this out a bit further. I don't like having beds immediately next to each other. I feel it looks weird when you do that. Oh, the light's coming from these lights below. That's where it's weird. That feels better. Let's try and see what we've got here. If I do a passage 2 there, passage 2 there. Because passage 3 is the only one that's got the T-junction. And I kind of feel like it's a bit too industrial for this purpose, so I was wondering whether the passage 2 side would look alright here. And I don't think a door is going to work, but maybe it would. Oh, maybe it does actually, because it doesn't quite impact on the bed space. Yeah. Yeah, that actually works. The passageway walls are airtight. Haven't decided where is going to be exposed to space and how you might get to a catwalk arranged here. Not even sure that that's going to be a thing. Still working it out. It's coming together. This is coming together. See you, Cyrus. I will figure some things out. I'm sure. I'm sure it'll all work eventually. There's enough space here to play with lots of things, so I'm sure we can figure this out. Why is there one in gold? Because this looks like an Amar thing, so I painted one all gold. Probably get rid of that now. Doesn't need to be there. And now... what shall I do here? I think that... I might just put a gyroscope in here because I should probably put a gyroscope somewhere on this grid. And then maybe another battery. Not sure what to do with this space though in general. I need a light, which I might put a light. I'll put a light in here. This one can be a corner light. And we can grab... Actually, it's the same settings anyway. Who are you and what have you done with Splitsy? He never remembers gyros. Yep. It's true. It's true. Can't always forget everything. I might put... And then a passage side there. Then I've got enough room still for a light panel here. Or maybe we'll just go a corner light there. Yeah. How do you copy and paste settings with Build Vision? So if you open up the Build Vision settings by pressing Control, scrolling down or up or whatever you want to do, however you open it, it's then Home to enable copying, Insert to select everything, and then Page Up to copy it. You can then walk up to something, get the new highlight on it, and press Page Down to paste, or you can open it up and press Page Down to paste. It is a very useful function. Especially for lights. Seriously useful for lights. Thumbship, is this like Thumb Wars? Maybe. It's Thumb's ship, so there's that. I think that works. No, it's... So Thumbs is the ostensible leader of the Assert faction. But the reason it's a Thumbship is actually because it's going to be used on the thumbnail for my mod. And I wanted something unique looking for that purpose. Alright, I'm happy with all that. Now we have the cargo section. So we've got all the living quarters, then we need a cargo section and I think a way to get an airtight overlook of it that's not just this one, which is actually the living area, is something I want. So I might rip out what I've got there and rethink it. But perhaps before messing with the cargo space, I should start working on the thruster area. I think there's a way to rebind the build vision keys, but I can't remember what it is. I think it's in the mod settings type stuff. Does this deserve a large thruster? At the back. Maybe. It's all got to be in grey. Like I had ideas in my... Oh, what am I doing? I had ideas about how this would look, but not really how I would make it work in Space Engineers. It's a slight problem. Just a slight one. I think that block gets away with that. I think. There will be no jump drive. I don't put jump drives on these NPC ships. They are way too rich a piece of loot. But this one is the space variant. I might try and see if it's possible to make this Atmo capable. Make an Atmo capable version of it after, but I thought I'd do space first. Right. If I'm going to have a single large thruster, it needs to be that orientation because I've done even symmetry. I feel like that's just too long. I'll try it though. Let's copy this. I might do some iterations in this and see... Do some... Oops. Mess around with some different ideas. Would this one be better? Oh. Yeah, that one does look better. That might be better as the sci-fi one next to it. I think that's enough forward thrust. Lateral thrust is going to be an interesting part of this. It may end up needing to be kind of slung under here, pointing outward. Because technically you could probably put them in pointing across. But then it kind of... It's not exactly what I want to do with it. Well, unless I put them here. I can do some detail work around there to kind of... Yeah. Incorporate them a little bit better. No, Devoke. I've been doing bits of recording on Survival Impossible the last couple of weeks. The recent project I'm up to in it is just so massive, it's taken me so long. Building the Fort Capac printer building is just insanely big. Thought also for lift thrust I might put a few along the insides here as well. But I'll add those afterwards. I just wanted to make sure I had some thrust in every direction, and then we can see where else I could put some. No, I refuse to have guest stars in Survival Impossible. I like that it's my thing and it's a thing I get to do my way without having to compromise on my vision for what someone else wants. To be very me about it. Not sure about that. What other shapes do we have that aren't... What other detail blocks do we have that aren't just straight up armor? Exhaust pipes? Don't use them very often. Got our heat vents as well with our cubes. It's kind of glass and armor, isn't it? Everything else is square. Terran Space Police, this is for my Assertive Combat Systems mod. Oh, right, I have to actually do that one from in the toolbar now, don't I? I'm not sure they work anyway. Trying to think about what I could do around here to... I feel like there's almost too much detail on all the thrusters stuck together, and it makes it obvious that they're all just kind of stuck together. Okay, that block doesn't... Oh, nope. The mirror did work. I think I'm going to have to mess with some of this stuff up here, though, to make this really work. Oops. Maybe we'll go with... that didn't quite work. I think maybe this would be better. Yeah, I think that sort of ties it in better. Though I think again I'll need to get rid of this partial white block there and place it with a full one. Yeah. I almost want to bring the big thruster for a block further back. Oh yeah, batteries have huge power outputs, so they'll be able to manage this fine. I also have not finished putting batteries in this thing. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Put heat vents there instead. Let's have a look. How that'd work. Ah, that's a pain. The armor edge will still be there. Oh no, 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 oh. Don't. Or would that block be better? Decide. What if I instead do this? That way. I think that's better. No, that's too much. Maybe that'll be better with just these over the top. I can find the half block ones. Cool, that's something. Oh yeah. The doctor. There will be weapons on this. I'm just not doing the weapons yet. There will be defenses. This will be protected, but it'll also be, you know, in the standard way that ACS protects its ships. It'll spawn drones to defend itself as well. What am I doing? Don't know. This might be better. Yeah, I may well have created a nice maintenance access way. Semi-unplanned one. Kind of curious just how badly this thing flies. Gyro is slow, but it's workable. It's actually not too bad. No, this is 100% vanilla. I always build these vanilla. Well, actually, it's not 100% vanilla. These LCD images are not vanilla. But the blocks are all vanilla. Because you can load up a ship without certain LCD images and it'll still look right. I'm actually kind of happy with this. This works pretty well. I think I could probably use one more gyro. Gruz, there'll probably be a version of it with the big thruster as the custom thruster. But I want to do the same as I've done with all the other cargo ships, have a full vanilla one that just gets the NPC modded thrusters, and then and then have the variants that have your special thrusters as well. I think I need to move those roof thrusters further forward. They look a bit weird that far back. Yes, lateral thrust is definitely lacking. Maybe there is where I should have them. Yeah, I feel that's a bit better. Though maybe one block further back will look best. Thanks, Shadow Wolf. Thanks for 13 months, just over a year. I don't want to do centered thrusters because this thing has even numbered symmetry, so centered thrusters means 2 thrusters side by side. I'm actually really happy with how that thruster cluster came together. It's as bulky as I expected it. Like, the whole idea of this thing was to use a light color for the outer shell and then a nice dark grey for the inner part, so that you still very much see the shape of the shell as it was supposed to be, and then the inner part is just extra detail. And it's worked out as I had hoped. Which is pleasing. Oh Hate Frost, at some point, yes. I do plan to play more Icarus. I don't know when that'll be, but yes. I do intend to. I'll get rid of that top one. Bring back these slopes. Yeah. Yeah, that is one of the things I'm thinking about, Tiffy, is an outpost with all of the nasties on it, because I think that could make working on an outpost quite fun. Trying to decide what could work here. I think what I need is slopes coming up from underneath, but I'm not sure which angle I'd like. Kind of thinking that. And then I'll use panels on the inner surface. Yeah, I think that works best. I don't want to bring it in another whole block or even a half block. Then that one. That one. Do we have that little corner piece? I assume we do. Or do we not? Oh, we don't have the tiny... Yeah, we don't have that tiny piece. Huh. Maybe get rid of that then. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this thruster stuff is coming together. I'm glad that this has worked out as I'd imagined it. I'm a little disappointed that I can't do anything with the top of this thruster, given that I've put an armor panel on the side of it. I'm tempted to find a spot somewhere to fit some cheating thrusters that are internal. But I'm not sure where. Yeah, this would be quite a useful potential lifter vehicle in an Atmo variant, assuming I can make one that's capable of lifting anything. Because an Atmo variant's going to need probably thrusters all the way down both sides to be able to lift anything useful in any sort of atmosphere. Or be hydrogen based. Which is why I probably should have kept somewhere around here the shell. I need to make sure I remember that, otherwise I'll have to rip out all the thrusters and redo a whole lot of stuff and it'll be a big pain. Cool. We have thrust, we have a little bit of gyro. Still ideally need more, but... certainly will function as it is. I'm tempted, even though it's totally not required, to... Oh no! Oh no. Whoops. Forgot about that. I was about to say, I'm tempted to put... I can't do it. I was tempted to put something that looks like a ramp on this side, but it won't merge properly with these blocks. Like, I'd have to do 2 full blocks there, and then have the 2 ramps, which I think would look weird. What do you guys reckon? Should I put the ramps there, or should I just keep it asymmetrical? I think I'll leave the asymmetry. I'm okay with this subtle bit of asymmetry. Keep it. I don't know. Oh, alright. Ah. Choose the right hotbar. There we go. Just for something so random. That doesn't show through weirdly on the floor or anything, does it? Nope. Yeah. I think technically, if I created little pods to hold it, I could actually get away with having thrusters pointing backwards here. But I don't think I'd be able to make that look good. Just trying to think of where I could fit more reverse thrust without it being weird. Is that safe there? I think it might be. Does anyone know what the current thruster damage range is? Can never remember. Because the tests I did were a long time ago. I don't have build info on this save. I don't think. Yeah, I don't. I think it was going to look ugly there anyway. It'll be fine. We'll see what we can do once we've got a cargo module here. So I'm thinking this should be a ship for carrying big cargo. So, like, I'm imagining a cargo module... Like, let's design a separate cargo module. Now, irritatingly, I've made this ship not nice for a single cargo module like this. It would have to be something more like this. Which will still fit. Because it is still 6 blocks between those two outer bits. What? Huh. The battery rotation doesn't match. Interesting. Oh, thanks, Amaru. Up we go. Up, up, up. Come on, table. There we are. Yeah, I feel like at this scale, small cargo containers will just kind of get a bit lost. Or be too repetitive. Like I could make... Or... could make something else. In fact, Keen have kind of already suggested this with the release video for this. Release image for the corrugated armor. Can make shipping containers. Which I will do when I get back in a sec. I'm just going to go refill my water bottle. 1 second. Right. How... So what I was thinking of making, like, out of making a transport container was that I could also put some little storage items inside that'll be completely closed off, but if you break one open, you'll then see all these little bits. What if Atmo Lift was part of the cargo module like the other Walrus? Yeah. I don't want to do that for this, but it's certainly a valid option. Alright, let's do that. Grab the corrugated armor. Make sure I'm stopped. Start with it in the wrong orientation. So the thing I gotta decide for this is how big I want it. So I'm not sure how big I want it. Like it feels like all I know is I want it to be even numbers across. Like, do we just go with a 2x2 and have a couple of them, like maybe 4 of them slung underneath or something? Is that the way to go? I'm not sure. I just kind of like the idea of doing it this way because it's not something I've done on other builds, but it's also not something I've done on other builds because we didn't have these options available to us before. Like, being able to use the corrugated armor to actually make this look good rather than it just being horrible catwalk. I think makes a big difference. Yeah, you could put a sensor and other things like that inside to mess with people. I'm not too fussed by what size real-world cargo containers are. Oh man. Because for Space Engineers, it's very much more about making it feel real than being real. Because the scale you're working at is so odd anyway, being 2.5 meter chunks. Oh, that's not pretty. Nope. Forgot about the lines on the armor. Urgh. Okay. Dang it. These aren't perfectly the same on every edge. I have to go back and do all of these again. So I think it looks better with this pointing outward like that. Ah, go wake off. You're really annoying. There we go. Yes, indeed, you would be feeling the pain of an annoying cough right now, I imagine. I'm thinking 6 blocks long feels about right. So if I... Oop, flip it around. And then we go... You miss talking to people at work. Fair enough. Can get a bit lonely when you're isolating yourself. Yeah, I'm thinking that feels about right. Which admittedly is a 15 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter thing. Which I don't know how... I can't remember what the numbers were that... The rough size of a... It's definitely bigger than a real world shipping container because it's 5 meters tall. Come on, get in there. Oh, that sucks, Pav. Hope you start feeling better soon. Like, I think scale-wise this feels about right. For space engineers. What's 10 feet? That's like 3 meters. So it'd be 3 by 3 by 6 or 12. Yeah. There's not really any way to do any control panel fanciness on it. Oh yeah, 10 foot would be 2 point something meters, not 3 meters. What am I saying? But what I was going to do was put some stuff on the inside of it. Yeah, I was going to put some cargo crates, some racks, some shelves, that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, 3.3, not 2.3. Whatever. Freedom units. They're weird. A couple of thrusters. Yeah, I mean, it could be a couple of thrusters. It could be a couple of special thrusters. Although that's a good point. I do have to have merge blocks somewhere on this, and I kind of forgot about that bit. I might do that now before I forget. Again. Wait. Yep. Merge block. I mean, I don't oh yeah, I probably should just do it with merge blocks. I was about to say, I don't strictly need it to be merge blocks. It could have been done with landing gear, but or connectors maybe. Actually, I don't know. I think I do need you to do merge blocks. Otherwise, this gets real messy. Trying to make it actually spawn in. Why are you not paste where I want you? I'm just going to make it a bit longer. There you go. I think that works. The challenge now is seeing whether I can make this look not super boring when it's attached underneath. Because it might do. And it may end up being that I hate it. Because it is such a boring shape. The double merges are intentional because my ship is double. Nope, can't paint or add anything on the side. The side is... the way it looks like a cargo container is because I've painted it with the corrugated thing. You could make an empty one by putting the walls... instead of using the neons as the corner bit, you could put walls in there. Put them on the inside. Which would then mean you couldn't put anything inside the freight container, but it would allow you to then do other stuff on the outside, like putting letters. Which makes me kind of tempted to do it on half of the cargo container. So I can put ACS down one side. But I think I kind of like the idea of having stuff on the inside more. I'm not sure. It's 3 blocks in front. Let's see how this looks. That might need to be a block higher. I think I made it too low. It also looks like it can only carry 2 of these. So it's either we do that, and that's the cargo that this thing carries, which gives me the flexibility to create different ones. Arrange them sideways instead. They'll need to have different merges to do that, but that's doable. They can't really go higher. Because then they'll actually be merged to the ship. So they wouldn't be droppable. if I was to make them hung sideways... I need to redo how the merges are done. I'd have to have 4 of them. And I need this to be shorter. You could probably make a gravity-loaded system like that work, Dragnon. Obviously, it's not a ACS-style thing that I would ever consider for this, but you could totally mess around with gravity and try and make these things work. Oh no. Okay, I've clearly grabbed that in a really weird way. If we have that, then I can probably put the merges further up in the roof, because they'll be midline. Where'd it go? See if it even fits. May not fit. It don't fit. It's too long. Let's just drop them down and see if I can at least get an idea of whether they look alright this way round. Oh, right. It actually needs to have 2 blocks space between each. Of course. Obviously, I won't have those neons being bright. I'll either grind them down to just the brackets or I'll do something with them. That actually kind of works. If I bring the front one forward a block, I should be able to fit 3 of them. Yeah, the undo mod is so awesome. It's so useful. Nope. Let's paint them before I put them on. That would make it quicker, wouldn't it? so much regret for not painting these right the first time. I just kind of forgot because the grid's unpowered so they don't glow. You'd think I'd remember that given that I took advantage of it in Survival Impossible, but apparently not. Thanks, Chilla. Thanks for the Prime sub. Yeah, Pav. The way that I'm not sure who did it for the Keen promo pick. Oh no, that's right. It doesn't undo. Doesn't undo paint gun. Curses. This is still easier than trying to paint it in the vanilla way. Okay, that should work. I think the next series I'm going to do will actually happen. I just painted the wrong thing! I painted the wrong box. You idiots, Blitzy. Why? Ugh. Yes, the next series after this, after Scavenger Hunt, will be Painting Impossible. One thing that this setup would allow me to do with having 3 of these containers is I could do one of them that can hold stuff and 2 of them that have labeling on the outside. So you still get the labeling impression, it's just that one of them actually has the ability to hold things inside. Oh, how many hours have I spent building ships to put into the mod? Or altering other people's designs for the mod? Be at least 100 at this point. One just full of catback bodies. Oh dear. What do you guys reckon? It kind of works. I got to figure out what I'm going to do with that armor, that grey armor that's there, but I think because of the scale and because they're positioned so that you've got 3 of them rather than just the one long one, it kind of works where it hasn't worked with this sort of thing on other ships. There are other ships that have been built for ACS that, again, like I mentioned earlier, were done before we had corrugated armor. And so they used catwalk, which just looked really, really not great. Yeah, Dragnon, I reckon it's more than 100 hours, but how many ACS streams have I done? I'd have done 20 plus of them, wouldn't I? And most of them are 4 hours. All those merge blocks, your PCU is probably over 10k. What is the PCU on this thing? I have put a lot of doors in too. Yep, 7,650. Yep. Yep. This is bigger than it should be. And it doesn't have guns yet. Yeah. No, Jax, I was pretty confident that you were going to be pretty close. Like, how many PCU is a 125 per merge block? So there's 1,000 on each of these ones. Each of these attachments is 1,000 PCU. So there's 3,000 just in the merge blocks. Which makes the ship seem a lot more reasonable once you get rid of it. Yeah, Dragnon, there's probably been almost as much off-stream hours, or probably more off-stream hours than on-stream hours of working on the mod. Yeah, I'm going to let myself cheat with this one. I am tempted to possibly even remove the merge blocks and just replace them with something that looks like a clamp. So that it's not 3,000 PCU tied up in merge blocks. Because unfortunately with the dual symmetry, I kind of need to have that many. Unless... Oh no, it's going to look weird. Most things I could do, but... Maybe there's a way to... like, replace half of them with that? Or just have them all be interior wall blocks like that? Because the other advantage of the interior walls is I could then just only have half of them as well. Because that still looks like it's clamped. It just means that if you want to get them loose, you got to actually grind it off. I almost prefer it because you can't see the green emissives. Yeah. We'll do this because then if I want to use the space that this top block is taking up, I can get rid of it because a single interior wall of this style I think looks like a clamp connector thing. Yeah. This window is not a functional you use it while you're doing stuff window. So it doesn't need to be able to see. And it would be able to see them once they're lowered. I don't think the four-way passage block will work here. I think it'll look too detailed. And so it won't really merge well with the rest of the design. I think if I had the roof of the cargo containers nestled in, so let me show you what I mean. If instead of having it at the current height that it's at, if I had it here, then you could totally use the passageways then. And I think it'd look cool because you could do it this way. Because then it's clamped, and the mechanical clamping device has this big cog on it. But I think having 4 of them as well doesn't quite work. Dravos, if assuming you're playing on a server where you're allowed to create a new spawn ship, if you turn off your respawn point and then respawn, you will have to start a new spawn ship. Yeah, Gruz, I think I got a suitable arrangement for the cargo containers. Well, Scythe, I can't actually use the mag plates on this because it has to be the same. It has to be a single grid. But maybe there is a way to do that with the big mag plates, and just have something else cheekily creating it, making it be the same grid. They are so big though. They would look cool though. I think I can make it work actually. Let's just do this as a temporary way to solve it. Assuming there's no big air gap here, because if there's a big air gap here, it doesn't work. And there's a big air gap. Or does it not even let me do it? Oh no, wait, these are 3x3, they're not 2x2. Yeah, it don't work. They're too big. Too big! I have no idea what you're talking about, Calzone. I don't know what SOG is. Yeah, the neon tubes don't look too bad, but I think something that's a bit more solid is required to make this suitable. I've used neon cables down the sides of stuff before to kind of wrap around. And when you can wrap it the whole way around, it looks good. Beams are too chunky. And what I like about the interior wall block is if you just stare at that, you can almost imagine where this center line is. That's where it would break. Yeah, I feel like half beams are too chunky. The beams are really dull on one side. I've been trying to use them in things and I just keep coming to the conclusion that they're just really boring blocks. Unless for very specific uses, and those specific uses are big scale. Or just occasional bits of detail. No, I don't really have any interest in doing the armor campaign. I've enjoyed those styles of games, but I don't think I have the willingness to commit the time needed to enjoy something like that. It's not something I'm keen on. Yeah, they're big time sink. before I do much else, what I'm going to do is pop inside one of these and see what we can do decoration-wise. And I'm actually thinking something I should do is just ignore the fact that these are tall and probably put the roof blocks on the inside. Because I've started occupying too much of the ship's space. I think I need this row up here to build on. My big concern with something like armor and a big campaign like that is I don't have the same ability to walk away from something that Shaq does. It's something I'm a bit envious of him. Like, if something's running too long, he'll just be like, "Nah, I'm done. I'm finished. I've had my fun. You guys go do your thing." I'd keep playing, and I'd never get anything else done. And I think that would be a mistake. See, I don't think I need the top area. I think I can kind of put some stuff in here and like do that, and that'll still look interesting when you get inside, and I can put some little surprises in there. Is this going to go on the workshop? No. No, it's not. It will go in the mod, which will be on the workshop, but I do not put the blueprints for the ships in the mod on the workshop. You got to find them in game. Because this is for an NPC mod, therefore kind of feels backwards to me to give people access to the ship immediately. Dravos, if you're running into troubles with space engineers, I would recommend you'll have a much easier time getting help if you jump on my Discord and go to the please help channel there, because then people can ask you for more details and you can get better feedback than me trying to figure out those sort of things on stream. Yeah, I think let's get rid of those rooftop bits. Oops. Oh, did I? Huh? I do that the wrong way around. Well, poop. Huh. Odd. I'm so confused by these things. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. Only half of them are wrong. That's what I did. There we go. I think these need to be the other way around. Yes. Yes, they do. Oh, there are useless things in vanilla that you can put in these sorts of situations. Like, what the thing that I'm envious and about with relation to the way Shaq does stuff is he's very good at prioritizing Tabby and making sure he doesn't go over time and have a negative impact there. No, that's something I wish I was better at. Which one are you talking about, Zabia? There's a Twitch has 24-hour exclusivity over stuff, so I typically wait at least a day before I post anything on Flipsy. Sometime in the next week it usually goes out. I can't remember whether I've got SnowRunner going out tomorrow or the day after. Heads up though, that will be the last SnowRunner for a little while. I was having fun with it, but I'm getting a bit bored. Yes, Gruz. Like, between the frustrations of stuff not working and it starting to feel a bit samey, I want a break from it. The opposite, Eisen. Russia was more interesting. The reason I suggested we go to Russia when we did was because I was getting bored. And that happens. But yeah, we'll do something else for a bit. There we go. Without having to do them all again. Yeah, Lucas. Actual shipping containers. With actual stuff inside them. A cargo ship that actually looks like a cargo ship. Means I can also put some sneaky little traps in there and stuff like that. It'd be real mean. Yeah, Gruz, you could totally fit one of the lunar buildings under here. One of the recent ones. You could fit that module under the ship with ease. Which would be a kind of cool option, wouldn't it? Someone remind me of that. When I'm in a position to do something about it. I think I enjoy SnowRunner when it's multiplayer, but when it's not multiplayer, I get bored. And it's not multiplayer more often than it's multiplayer. Even when other people are in your session. Sometimes especially when other people are in your session. What am I going to do here? I'll leave the rest of that for a second until I've figured out how I'm going to do the passageways up here. I think what I should start with... should I make the passageways airtight or... Yeah, I'll make them airtight. Because then I can not... Then I don't have to worry about doors. And I might use passage 3s, but I'll put a door in here that goes to it. Am I still in? Yes, I am in. Oh, hold up. No, I've got a whole extra row. I can play in that space too. Oops. Hmm. Yeah, I was thinking the windowed passageways, but now I'm thinking windows. Like, window. Like, I've got those blocks somewhere here. Like these. Obviously not that way around. Yeah, bridge might actually look nicer, you're right. That is a good point. Let's go to bridge window, especially since I've got those bridge windows below me on the other row. Yeah, something like this. Obviously with that corner filled in. That doesn't work. I was planning on having a walkway down both sides. Actually don't know what I'm open to concepts. Because I haven't really thought it all through yet. I don't really like this feel through here. So I might get rid of these angled pieces altogether. I don't think they work. Because this block is part of the bathroom, so it kind of needs to be there. I'd also thought about, at one point, putting along this section. No, not that way. That. But I wasn't sure whether it'd work because it's like the only bit of detail other than the bridge, and I think it actually draws too much attention to itself. Unfortunately. But maybe... Oops, I went upside down. Maybe if instead I did... Just imagining the bathroom's not there, that would be better. Because this has less... This has more white, more the plain paint on it. Like, that looks better than the other windows. Sits more flush. I actually kind of like it. I might have to rearrange that bathroom, or just weirdly have a window that doesn't go anywhere. The other option would be to do just 2 windows instead of 3, but I think 3 is needed for it to look right. I'll try 2 and see how it looks. Yeah, 2 doesn't look quite right. Looks like the plugs come off with the 2 windows. All right, let's see if I can figure out this armor transition here as well. This is gotten extra tricky thanks to the cargo containers. I mean, one option is just go real simple here and do that, then that, then this. Which doesn't look bad at a distance. Oops. Yeah. You have so much hallway there, the 3, but moved back by a section. I can't do that. This is not 2 blocks, it's 1. So the window can't be half behind it, annoyingly. That is the only way that 3 windows can be put on that segment. Unless I drastically change the armor shape. Now this would then mean that... What the... That's not where I wanted that to be. I kind of need to put something like that in. Maybe instead of doing that, I can do this. Don't know why I want conveyors going all the way to the end, but similarly, could match it on this side. Let's just see how it looks from the inside. Go. Oh, you can't see anything now. Let's not do that. This also means I didn't need to pipe this whole space back here. Because if I'm not piping up the cargo containers, I don't need this space to be piped. Oh, I'll leave it so I could put a vent in here. Because why not? I don't want to vent there. What am I doing? Oh, I know what I can do with that. Like that. I just got to figure out what to do with the windows along here. Yeah, I do kind of want a visual separation with the clamps, but I'm just not sure how to make that look good. I think I might need to use 45s here. I mean, I could go the real simple approach and just do this. But I feel like that extra little piece that I need here, so that we've got the corridor airtight, is just not quite right. Urgh. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know how to do this bit. I might come back to it later, actually. Because I feel like I've made some really good progress on this today. I'm going to probably... Yeah, what the heck. I might try and come back to this tomorrow morning. Early in the morning. My usual sort of stream start time. I'll come back to this. See if I've come up with a better idea of a way to solve the issue around the corridors and whatnot by then. And if not, just fiddle around with it for a bit. Before I do my scavenger hunt recording with Capac, which happens later on a Friday. And otherwise, we'll have scavenger hunt on Saturday. And I'll be back on Monday for some more 7 Days to Die over on Flipsy. Glad you're enjoying Scavenger Hunt, Neil. I'm very much enjoying playing the game that way, and after ACS is released, I plan on working on at least a. It won't be as detailed as it won't be as detailed as ACS, but I want to work on a way to have a generic scavenger hunt style scenario. So, put together some basic planetary spawns that will give you access to materials without being hostile to you, so that you can do a no mining scenario. Because I think a no mining scenario is doable with the mods that are out there, but it's not as fun as it could be. Because the mods that are out there, like the abandoned settlements and the crashed ships and these sorts of ones, they tend to give you more resources than you could ever make use of. So once you find your first base and you can take it over, that's it. You're done. So I feel like that kind of takes away from what should be possible with playing it that way. I think we need smaller stuff that is carefully chosen based on its componentry, so that you find and have to kind of eke your way through getting all the stuff you need. And potentially to go alongside that would be being aware of what's in the survival pod and what you've got, which I feel like I've got a really good handle on after my attempted speed runs, because I know even more than I used to, I know what components there are in that pod when you start out. So I know what you have, I know what you need, and I think putting that together, we should be able to come up with something that should be fun to play through at least a couple of times, as a generic scenario. But obviously the storyline stuff that Eisen's put together for Scavenger Hunt, that can't be, but at least you'd be able to play in that style with building cranes and building this and that. And together with that mod, I would release a mod that removes the blocks that I feel are appropriate to remove in that style of play. But yeah, that's for after ACS is released, and is something that I'll probably work on in between working on doing more ACS ships and adding extra ships to the mod. So yeah, this is all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then. Thanks for coming, everybody.